Hey, sir. Good. How are you? Good to see you.
Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. Pursuant to Committee Rule 5B and House Rule 11-2H4, the Chair announces that he may postpone further proceedings today on any question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. And without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Our first item for consideration is H.R. 4901, the Scholarships for Opportunity and Results Reauthorization Act. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 4901, to reauthorize the Scholarships for Opportunity and Results Act and for other purposes.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered as read for and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. I'd now like to recognize myself for 5 minutes in speaking about the bill. In October of 2015, the committee favorably reported H.R. 10, a bill to reauthorize the SOAR Act, which subsequently passed the House of Representatives. Former Speaker John Boehner was the sponsor of that legislation and has been invaluable in the fight to bring educational opportunity to the district. Since the passage in the House, H.R. 10 has undergone several changes that have made it a stronger bill to benefit children and families within the district. These changes were the product of bipartisan conversations and with our Senate counterparts. SOAR has always been a bipartisan program. We're proud to continue that tradition today as we seek to reauthorize this legislation before it expires at the conclusion of fiscal year 2017. As I said throughout this Congress, we are committed to going through regular order as much as possible in all of our legislative efforts. And for that reason, I wanted the committee to consider the changes that have been discussed to the SOAR Reauthorization Act since it passed the House, and I'm committed to moving this bill as far as possible through regular order. Continue to hope appropriators will continue to include this language in their financial services and general government appropriations bill. This program is too important to allow politics to block it, and I want to make sure we're pursuing every avenue to make sure we get it done. But we should have a fully authorized program that we're operating from, and thus we are bringing back this bill for this committee's consideration prior to going to the floor. The families of the district know that the bill provides their children with the opportunity to receive a quality education. They're not the only ones that know that this approach is working. The District of Columbia public officials are also aware and have asked to reauthorize this program. Last month, the majority of the D.C. Council and the Mayor wrote congressional leadership to ask them to reauthorize the SOAR Act. I ask unanimous consent to enter that letter into the record. Without objection, so ordered. As the letter states, quote, "We urge you to ensure that the SOAR Reauthorization Act becomes law before the end of this Congress so that this critical funding for K-12 education in the district is not put in jeopardy," end quote. They get it, and every signatory to the letter understands that the SOAR Act has been instrumental to the educational growth throughout the district. The Washington Post editorial board also gets it. Last month, they published an article, a position urging Congress to reauthorize the program, stating that, quote, "The scholarships provide a lifeline to low-income and underserved families," end quote. I ask unanimous consent to enter that as well into the record. Without objection, so ordered. Since SOAR first became law, the district has made improvements in education, but there's still much to be done. And the SOAR Reauthorization Act is an integral part of continuing on a positive path. In the interest of time, I'll enter the additional comments in support of this legislation and its justification into the record. And so now I'd like to take time and recognize the Ranking Member, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I strongly oppose this bill, as I did when the committee considered it and the House passed it last October when it was called H.R. 10. Why we are considering substantially the same bill, again, is confusing since it makes only minor changes to H.R. 10. This legislation would continue the nation's first and only federally funded voucher program. It would also continue the effort to undermine the public education system in the District of Columbia. We must help the district provide a high-quality education for all of the city's children. But we cannot accomplish that objective by providing public funds to private institutions rather than public schools, which is what a voucher program does. Public funds should support public institutions. I understand the many complexities of turning around a struggling inner-city school system. We will not succeed in meeting the needs of our public school systems if we use taxpayer funds to pay for vouchers for private schools. This bill would provide one-third of its funding, $20 million, to a minuscule percentage of the district's students. The lack of equity is simply stunning. Our focus should be on maximizing the impact of the Federal Government's limited resources to serve all of the district's nearly 48,000 students. As a longtime advocate of quality education, I support efforts to improve public schools for all students in a manner that is fiscally responsible. And it is my opinion that this bill fails that test. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on the bill? I'd like to now recognize the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must say, this bill is emblematic of why you see such disgust, especially among the Republican electorate, because nothing gets done no matter how many times it's done, and the word compromise has been stricken from the record as far as they're concerned. I begin by saying that because I have long said that current voucher students should remain in the program until they graduate from high school. And President Obama has always supported this compromise to allow the students who are now in the program to remain until they graduate. But this particular markup is truly unprecedented. At least I've never seen anything like it. The House has already passed this bill. If there are changes to be made between the House and the Senate, that's how it's done after the House passes the bill. So the first question you have to ask is, why didn't the Republicans in the House get together with the Republicans in the Senate after the Republicans in the Senate held a hearing? And after, by the way, we held a hearing before we got the bill passed, to get the bill done. So why isn't the focus of the majority here on the majority in the Senate? It is important to note that in December, the Senate Committee of Jurisdiction actually canceled a scheduled markup. That appears to have been because they wanted to protect Republicans from having to vote on amendments, particularly to give voucher students the protection of the federal civil rights laws. Perhaps we shouldn't really be surprised by the confusion surrounding this markup. There is little congressional support for private school vouchers. Congress has always refused to create a national voucher program. The only reason they do it to the district is that you can do it to the district. It's a totally ideological target on the backs of the district that they aren't willing to take up for their own constituents. And I can give you very recent evidence of that. The Republicans in the Senate and the House have just led the reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. When that act was considered in the House and when that act was considered in the Senate, there were voucher-type amendments offered, and those amendments were voted down, each and every one of them. Even with this program has never been reauthorized in the light of day. When Congress first created the program in 2004, then reauthorized it in 2011, it did it by adding the voucher bills as riders to appropriation bills. They don't want to be seen raising their hands, giving money to public money to private schools. They don't mind doing it on the backs of the district. Just don't do it in my district, they say. Unlike the House the Senate really has a record on this bill because it has never passed, never, ever, a standalone D.C. voucher bill. Neither chamber, the Republicans here and the Republicans in the Senate, want to face their own constituents to explain why federal funds should go to private schools. To show you how the majority operates with respect to the district and why we resent it so much, they have introduced, just this session, laws to overturn local laws in the district on gun safety, reproductive health, non-discrimination, marijuana, labor, immigration, and education. I mean, my heavens. I mean, why focus on one district, not your own, in bill after bill, and in a democracy, and expect us to take it and like it? It's ironic indeed, given these bills to overturn our local laws, that the Republicans would favorably cite support of some D.C. government officials for passage of this bill. But what they're doing, including the Speaker, are mischaracterizing the position of the D.C. government on this bill. So let me make the position of the D.C. government clear, right here in this chamber today. It is true that Mayor Bowser and a bare majority, 8 of 13 members of the council, recently sent a very carefully crafted letter to Congress supporting passage of SOAR. Now, that letter did not support the voucher program itself. It was very, very careful. The letter supported passage of the bill because it also reauthorizes $40 million annually to D.C. public and charter schools, and the letter said so. Look, D.C. recognizes that Republicans have conditioned these funds, which are baked into their local budget, on reauthorization of this bill. But here comes another irony. That $40 million only exists because I raised the roof when they first tried to authorize this bill. I said, why would you, of all districts, want to have vouchers in the district which has this robust charter school system and rapidly improving public schools? And then, in response, who came to our rescue, and bless him, was the Archbishop of Washington, who said, look, give the money not only to schools. Remember, most of this money is going to go to Catholic schools. Give it not only to the private schools, give it to the public and the charter schools. And I will forever be indebted to the Archbishop for making that happen. If we had to have these vouchers, which we don't want, he said give the money also to the public and charter schools. And the district government's concern about the possible loss of public and charter funding was what they based their letter on, and is perfectly understandable, because this funding now is simply a part of their regular annual budget. And here's another irony. The letter from the city made it clear that they were even more fearful. Look, do this one, because pending is another bill that's even worse, a bill that is called the Education Freedom Accounts Act. That would allow D.C. students to take our own local funds. This at least is federal funds, to take our own local funds to attend private schools. So they said, for God's sake, don't do that. You want to give me any more time to talk about this bill?
Well, I've given the gentlewoman 9 minutes. If we're going to talk about the bill, I'm giving you a lot of latitude, but now you're talking about bills that are not in this markup, and that's, I've been very generous with the time. I'll allow you to keep going as long as you're talking about SOAR, but when we're talking about other bills, I hope you understand
I
the
finished talking
indulgence
about
of the
those. I was
committee
talking
is-
about the
is
city's
pushing
position. I was explaining the city's position.
on other bills. I'll allow the gentlewoman to continue.
I am by myself here, and I am the target of this committee over and over again. I'm asking for some time. If I need to borrow time from some of my, from some of my colleagues, then I'll ask to do that.
I'll allow the gentlewoman to continue. If she wants to talk about SOAR, go ahead.
The DC voucher program, and this is what really the committee ought to focus on. That was one reason for it. Its reason was to improve academic achievement. And it said we're going to improve academic achievement as measured by math and reading test scores. Well, it didn't. The reading and test scores have not improved. Moreover, the program is unnecessary because I doubt that anybody in this room has a public choice system more robust than the districts. Choice is unusually robust in the district. I worked with the Republican majority to stimulate choice as an alternative to vouchers in DC public schools. Now, almost 50% of our children go to charter schools. Raise your hands if you've got that many in your district going to charter schools. And for those in the public schools, 75% of them attend schools outside of their own zone. What I do appreciate is that this act has stronger accreditation requirements, which I have long spoken for. I mean, what they've done until now is any old unaccredited thing could get this money and has gotten this money. However, over a period of years, you're allowed to become accredited. I remain very concerned, however, that the bill really doesn't crack down on these voucher mills, and it does not restore the evaluation that was the stated purpose to see whether or not the vouchers worked. Of course, it does not provide voucher students with protection of the federal civil rights laws. I also want to say this, because in case you think this redundant reauthorization is necessary for this bill to pass, it is highly unlikely that this bill will not be funded by the Republican House and the Republican Senate. The Republican appropriators have always funded this bill, and I expect them to do so. The SOAR Act doesn't fund anything. It's an authorization bill. It does not appropriate funding. The funding for the three sectors is already authorized, at least by the House, and what remains to be done is for the Senate and the House to do their work. I hope we will not see this bill again because the bill has already passed the House. If it comes to the House floor again, it will make a mockery of the Republican majority.
Gentlewoman, yield back.
You say I'm over time.
Yeah, well, clearly, objectively, yes, you are. I've tried to give you as much latitude as we can, but openness and transparency and allowing you time to talk about the changes and alterations I thought was a good thing. And
wasn't that a good? I mean, I'm sitting here by myself, Mr. Chairman, and this
hold on.
bill is directed against my district, and I don't understand why I shouldn't be able to speak up to express the rage of many of those I represent. This isn't done to anybody else in this Congress. So you will forgive me if I have some passion about the way I'm treated with 5 or 6 bills passing, pending in this committee that would overturn the laws of the District of Columbia?
We have before us a bill that is supported by the city. It's supported by the mayor and the majority of the city council. I appreciate the gentlewoman's passion, but it is ironic to me. I've been more than generous in granting as much time as you've asked for to provide your perspective on this bill. And so I've maximized that. I haven't diminished it, and I haven't suppressed it. Now I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Meadows, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as we look at the revisions to this particular bill that actually H.R. 10 passed in the House by a vote of 240 to 191, I'm perplexed at times because some of the rhetoric would indicate that this is taking money away from public schools. It does not. It literally is a revenue stream that is in addition to other monies appropriated for public schools. It actually goes to support moms and dads in the district that we had the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, of hearing from. We heard unbelievable stories. So it's not a matter of taking from someone and giving to someone else. It is a revenue stream on top of what is already appropriated. I was at the State of the District meeting just a few weeks ago. And what impressed me was not only the solidarity within D.C. for their mayor and their city council members, but youth that came in to start the entire State of the District meeting. We were able to celebrate with the youth of Washington, D.C., and in a time of great fiscal restraint, to suggest that we need to get rid of $20 million to go to help families across the district is just mind-boggling. It truly is mind-boggling. And to make the statement that it's going to be appropriated whether it's authorized or not, Mr. Chairman, you know that there is great pressure to make sure that the authorizing committees do their job, because we have been chastised for not doing our job, that we authorize each program that becomes under our committee of jurisdiction, that we can make sure that changes are made, because you can't legislate through the appropriations process. So the accreditation that has been a major concern for my good friend from the District of Columbia is addressed in this modified version of the SOAR Act that you are sponsoring. Additionally, it allows us to look at both the eligibility and the carry forward, the back and forth, where we don't inadvertently rule families out because of language that may have been in the bill. So as many of these technical changes are viewed, I want to applaud the chairman, and certainly I want to applaud the moms and dads that we got to hear from, that had pride in their heart, a smile on their face because their children were able to benefit from a program that didn't affect public schools. It just affected their children. And so for that, I would encourage all my colleagues to realize that this is not taking away from someone else. This is an addition to. Let's get behind it, support it. I want to thank the mayor and the city council members who have weighed in on this. We may disagree on a number of topics, but on one topic we do agree on, and that is the safety and well-being and education of the children, whether it's here in the district or across the country, is something that we can all support. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Chaffetz, and thank you for your indulgence. I'd like to yield my time to Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton of the District of Columbia.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to say that this committee has already asked the Appropriation Committee to include this in its in its appropriation. So this notion about legislating on an appropriation is not anything this committee particularly respects. And the comments of the
Will
the
the
comments.
gentlewoman yield?
Yes, sir.
One of the things that was asked for was stricter requirements on accreditation. If we don't pass the authorization bill,
But
that
you have
won't be in
those.
place.
Don't you have you have those in the bill, sir?
And that's why we're
It's-
trying to pass the bill.
And you passed it in the House.
But it didn't pass and get to the president's desk. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build a bipartisan, bicameral bill that gets to the president's desk and will achieve one of the goals. You may not like the bill, but it will achieve that goal, correct? It will.
To get to the president's desk, and it's going
No,
to be passed.
to strengthen accreditation. That was a legitimate discussion, a vibrant discussion, and debate that we had in this committee. The Senate felt strongly about that, and it's one of the key
And they could have put it in their bill without our having to go to the floor again to pass this bill? Has this ever happened before?
We're just trying to maximize the input, that's all. Yield back.
I also want to say that Mr. Meadows' comments were irrelevant. We have not complained that this money comes from other money that would come from the District of Columbia. If anything, Mr. Meadows has a bill in that would take the money from residents of the District of Columbia and give it to private school students. And I indicated that the mayor said, for God's sake, we'd rather have the money come from the federal treasury if it's going to go to private schools. I know nothing I say here is going to change what this committee does. I just want to be on the record as indicating that I understand the city's position. I am hardly going to say, don't give the money to the city that the city needs. But I do want you to know as well that that does not mean that the city supports vouchers. I thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. I recognize the gentleman from Ohio.
I would give some time to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman. One thing I just want to note, and I brought this up before, it's a bit of a sore point. You know, in Utah, the per pupil spending is less than $7,000 per student. I'm talking about public school students. The national average is in the range of $10,000 per pupil. In Washington, D.C., it's close to $18,000 per pupil. The gentlewoman is obviously free, and anybody who's opposed to this scholarship money going into Washington, D.C. should probably write a letter to the city council and to the mayor and suggest that they not accept the money. If it's so bad and it's not helpful and they think it's counterproductive, then don't accept the money. Don't take the millions of dollars that we're going to take from around the country and pour into Washington, D.C. You don't have to take the money. And so, but please, the per pupil spending in the public schools is one of the highest in the nation. And when it's more than $10,000 per student, more than we get in Utah, I have a hard time accepting an argument that, you know, we're underfunded or you don't have enough dollars. We have our own challenges across the nation, and $10,000 a student makes a huge difference, a huge difference. So I encourage members to vote in favor of this bill. I thought we were doing a good service by insisting with our leadership that given the substantive changes and alterations, that we review that one more time in this committee. And I think that's a good thing, would be applauded on both sides of the aisle. But I guess if you're going to, if there are members on this panel, they're going to argue that we should limit the debate, the discussion, and not bring these bills back to committee, it will be duly noted. Not that we'll necessarily do it, but I will certainly note the concern by some on the Democratic side of the aisle that we should not bring bills back to the committee. With that, I yield back. Now recognize the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be on the record. I absolutely support fully accredited schools. I absolutely support the investment in education that we're talking about. But I want to be really clear that the voucher system that allows federal dollars for education to be used in public schools and private schools is something I clearly do not support. I come from this, like the chairman, I want to make this local. I come from the city of Detroit. They have saw the overinvestment in non-public schools, charter schools, and how it has really disrupted community-based education. One of the few promises that our government make in America is that every American child will receive an education. And there are those America who do not have the resources for transportation, for other things to get outside of their community to find a school, quote unquote, that's better. And we have abandoned that community school concept. A woman who has to travel across the city first to drop her child off at a school that's quote unquote better than the school that's right down the street, and then get herself to work. These are things that we don't normally talk about. That community school and investment in every school in America, regardless of the zip code and the parent's W-2, is something we must consistently invest in America, because I want that promise that in America you will get an education, you will be able to achieve anything that you want, regardless of where you start. And that's my fundamental challenge with vouchers. And I just want that on the record. I want us never to abandon that, because sometimes we say, well, we'll give you a choice and you can go anywhere. You are actually abandoning a core part of our American population who don't have the resources to go anywhere. And where is our promise to America that whether your mother or father have the resources, when you walk into a public school in America, you will get the tools and the resources to be competitive with any child, even if your parents' W-2 does not mark up. So I just want us never to abandon that, to keep that as our core value. I fundamentally, and I have seen it happen, if we start spreading the dollars out and using our resources to fund public, non-public schools, what are we saying to those who don't have the resources to take advantage of these private schools? And I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does any other member wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman from Virginia is now recognized for 5 minutes.
just real briefly, I guess I can appreciate the sentiment behind this act, but I will point out that this was unfortunately a partisan vote last time we did it, both here and on the floor of the House. As somebody who spent 14 years in local government, I sure wouldn't welcome the legislative branch, Congress, telling me and my colleagues how to run Fairfax County. And I don't think we ought to be telling the District of Columbia how to run its affairs. And if we wanted to see just how extreme the consequences can be when we do that, although in this case it wasn't Congress, but it was nonetheless a higher level of government substituting itself for local control, the hearing we had in Flint, Michigan underscores that. So I want to associate myself with the remarks of the distinguished delegate from the District of Columbia, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, in my opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Does any other member wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? If not, the question is now on the adoption and favorably reporting H.R. 4901 to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no?
No.
The opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 4921, the Ditto Act of 2016. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 4921, to amend Chapter 31 of Title 44 United States Code to require the maintenance of certain records for 3 years and for other purposes.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker, for 5 minutes to explain the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 4921 is an important piece of legislation that will ensure the Internal Revenue Service is maintaining records the way it should be. The IRS is often requesting or guiding citizens to maintain certain records or tax information just in case. That is, the IRS is essentially saying that we have to hold on to our information for years at a time in the event that the IRS may request information to audit us, to investigate us, or to take some similar action. If the IRS is going to insist that we maintain these records, then the IRS should have to play by the same rules and be held similarly accountable for the same information. That is why I have introduced this very basic and simple piece of legislation. Under my bill, every time the IRS obtains a record from someone who kept a record because of IRS guidelines or guidance, the Ditto Act requires that the IRS maintains that record for at least 3 years. And following an anticipated amendment a little bit later on we can discuss. Further, the bill requires that the IRS maintains all additional records generated in relation to that produced record. So, if I submit information to the IRS, and then the IRS initiates an audit based on that information, all of the records the IRS generated as a result of the original information I submitted would also have to be maintained for at least 3 years. This bill provides a level playing field. It tells American citizens that its government is operating under the same set of rules that it requires all of us to operate under. Record keeping, as we know, has not been a strong suit of the IRS as of late, and this legislation is another step to ensure that the IRS is doing its job and taking its record-keeping responsibilities seriously. I hope my colleagues would join me and support this effort. I look forward to discussing H.R. 4921 here with all of you today. Thank you. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Does any other member wish to speak on the bill? The ranking member, Mr. Cummings, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, we've worked together a number of times on the Federal Records Act issues. I agree with you that it is critical for agencies, including the IRS, to preserve records and properly archive them. I also agree that there are a number of improvements we could and we should make to the Federal Records Act. Last year, I introduced the Electronic Message Preservation Act, which would require agencies to electronically archive and email records. Mr. Chairman, my bill is a straightforward bill and would make a real difference for improving agency record policies. Unfortunately, my bill has not even been brought up for consideration. My staff has been told that it will only be considered in connection with a Republican bill on Federal records. I hope that since the committee will now have considered a Republican records bill, you will commit to marking up my bill as soon as possible. The bill we are considering today would not improve record management across agencies, but rather would target only one agency, the IRS. The National Archives and Records Administration has expressed concerns to the committee about this approach. It is also not clear that the actual impact of this bill would be or why it's needed. The IRS, like agencies, all other agencies, is already required under the Federal Records Act to preserve its records. The IRS, in agreement with the National Archives, has record schedules that govern how long various types of records have to be retained based on their value. The National Archives offered to work with the committee to address any perceived shortcomings with the record schedules for the IRS through oversight. The majority declined this offer, however, and said the committee would move forward with this bill. If the committee is truly interested in addressing issues with records retention by the IRS, it does not make sense to turn down this offer by the archives, offered by the archives. Chairman, this bill is unnecessary, and I oppose it.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'm happy to work with the gentleman on the bills that he's introduced, as well as with the National Archives. We've never turned down an opportunity to work more closely with them on Federal records and the Federal Records Act. Day after day, this continues to be obviously a newsworthy event. Over the last decade or two, obviously, our reliance on electronic communication has skyrocketed. There are new apps, new tools, new methods to maintain, and new ways to communicate, which lead the Federal Government in the need to update its laws and internal policies and procedures. What is frustrating, particularly with the IRS, is that we have heard testimony time and time again where quickly the IRS, in a selected and seems to be haphazard way, will take records or hard drives or other information that may provide backup and simply destroy it. We saw that obviously in the case of the targeting of Americans based on their political beliefs. It is unbelievable that they had 24,000 records in their possession. They were under subpoena, and they were destroyed. Now, there are multiple laws on the books that should have prevented this. But it is frustrating to Americans that while the IRS requires them to keep certain records, and it varies from 2 years to 7 years, some they are asked to keep indefinitely. Why shouldn't the same rules apply to the government? I mean, how many times have we all been in a town hall meeting saying, we want Congress, we want the administration, we want government to live by the same rules that we, the people, have to live by? That's the essence and the genesis of this bill that Mr. Walker has introduced. It's just the idea that if they're going to ask the American people to save their records, we want the IRS to save their records. I don't think that's asking too much. It is a simple, straightforward bill. I think it does address a problem. This is born out of the idea that we have had this problem time and time again with the IRS. They cannot seem to maintain their records. They have testified to Congress that they have these things, only to find out that they go and degauss them or destroy them. And that is simply absolutely not right. And I think it's a good message to the American people that we're going to hold the IRS to the same standard they hold people and the American people. That's the essence of what we're trying to do and why I'm supportive of Mr. Walker's legislation.
Gentleman yield.
Happy to yield.
I don't think we are saying different things, Mr. Chairman. I'm saying I want all the records, not just the IRS. And that's why I introduced our bill. I think that it's been, as you started out your statement, a few minutes ago, the whole idea of records have become very, very significant. And so I want a high standard for everybody, not just the IRS. So I would hope that the Chairman would take a look at my bill. I mean, the IRS is one agency. I want all of them. All right.
Reclaiming my time, I agree. And I will work with you on that piece of legislation that you've introduced. And I appreciate the sentiment, and the gentleman from Maryland has been very consistent on that, and I do appreciate that. So I yield back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? If none, the question is now on the adoption and favorably reporting H.R. 4921 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signified by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 4465, the Federal Assets Sale and Transfer Act of 2016. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 4465, to decrease the deficit by consolidating and selling federal buildings and other civilian real property and for other purposes.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. I intend to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute to the bill. And if it's without objection, we will call up the amendment in the nature of the substitute. Then I will recognize myself to give a statement on the amendment in the nature of a substitute and the underlying bill. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4465, offered by Mr. Chaffetz of Utah.
Thank you. And as I said a moment ago, I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to address the bill. This is a bill that was introduced by our colleague, Representative Jeff Denham. And going back a couple of terms within Congress, I will tell you that this is an issue that I have worked on, that Mr. Mica has worked on, that various members on both sides of the aisle have worked on. Mr. Cummings has been a key part of this. And it's something that we have to address, and I think we have finally come to a plausible, bipartisan plan in order to address an item that has routinely been identified by the GAO as a high-risk item. With the national debt topping some $19 trillion and growing every day, we have to find ways to save money. The Federal Government is the single largest holder of real property in the United States of America. It owns and leases more than 275,000 buildings, which amount to about 2.8 billion square feet. And we spent nearly $30 billion in fiscal year 2014 on operating costs alone. At the same time, many of these properties are no longer needed by agencies that own or lease them. According to the most recent data reported, the cost to the taxpayer of operating unneeded building space was approximately $1.6 billion annually. The Federal Government spends billions of taxpayer dollars each year to operate and maintain its oversized and underused hoard of real property assets. So we have to address this. With 275,000 Federal buildings, there are plenty of opportunities to cut down what is unneeded and make better use of what we have. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform has been working collaboratively with the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. We appreciate the interaction with Chairman Schuster in doing such. We've also been working closely with our colleagues in the Senate to develop a practical and meaningful legislation that will help identify and increase efficiencies to generate revenue and cost savings for the taxpayers. This would not be here today, would not be becoming reality without the good work of Mr. Denham of California and Mr. Mica, who is the former chairman of the Transportation Committee. He is also the Transportation and Public Access Subcommittee Chairman. So we have a good piece of legislation that is moving here today. We have worked closely with both sides of the aisle. We've also earned the support of the National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty, and I'd like to enter into the record a letter for their support. Without objection, so ordered. Along with my colleague, Ranking Member Cummings, one of our shared key principles is to successful real property disposal reform has been protecting opportunities for homeless service providers to take over usable buildings that expand their ability to provide vital services to our neighbors in need. H.R. 4465 makes necessary updates to the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act to require the posting of available properties on websites to provide homeless providers with real-time access where it is available. The bill also streamlines the process so the properties not optimal for use by homeless can be listed for sale more quickly. So there are a number of things that the bill does. I know members are very familiar with this. We've looked at it over a couple of different Congresses, and for those newer members, I would just tell you that this has had some vigorous debate and look forward to its hopeful passage today. I would encourage members to vote in favor of that. With that, I will yield back. Now recognize the Ranking Member, Mr. Cummings, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for considering this important legislation to improve Federal real property disposal. I want to thank you and Representative Denham for who introduced the bill for a constructive manner in which it was drafted. As you said, and I agree, the approach was bipartisan, and it reached across committees to include the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and which shares jurisdiction with our committee on this issue. The Federal Government has a costly and pressing problem disposing of unneeded real property. Unnecessary and underutilized buildings often languish in Federal inventory instead of generating much-needed revenue. The disposal of Federal property has been a GAO's high-risk list priority since 2003. maintaining unneeded federal buildings costs the American taxpayers billions of dollars. H.R. 4465 would help create a workable method of disposing of excess federal properties. It would direct the establishment of a 6-year commission of experts to recommend the disposal or consolidation of federal properties. The Office of Management and Budget would have to approve those recommendations before the General Services Administration acts to divest the government of the properties. Critically, H.R. 4465 would also preserve the rights of organizations dedicated to helping the most vulnerable among us, the homeless. The legislation would preserve the priority consideration that homeless assistance providers currently have in receiving surplus federal property. The bill would also make important improvements to the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. It would streamline the process by which organizations apply to receive property and clarify that permanent housing is an eligible use for property acquired under the Act. These provisions would ensure that we continue to serve the neediest Americans, even as we increase the efficiency of the process we use to dispose of excess federal property. Mr. Chairman, the Administration has indicated its support for this legislation, and OMB has made some technical suggestions to improve the bill. We have incorporated some of those suggestions in the substitute amendment before us today, and I want to thank the Chairman for working with us on these changes. I urge our members to support H.R. 4465, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'll recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mica, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for moving this long overdue legislation forward. Just for the record, actually, I'll insert the title page of this report, which is the federal government must stop sitting on its assets, which I helped produce in October of 2010. And we were in the minority, our side, and we had time to look at proposing some things that would make a difference. One of the sections deals with what we found as thousands of properties, both buildings and vacant properties that sat idle, billions and billions of dollars. And actually, the first one we lead with was the old post office right down the street, which was 400,000 square feet, half of it empty, and then an annex that was newer than the 1890s building that had been vacant for 15 years. When I became chairman, the first hearing we held, and I asked Mr. Denham to become the chairman of Economic Development and Public Buildings, we held a hearing in that building. It was 32 degrees outside, 38 degrees inside. We dragged the bureaucrats in. They did nothing for a year. We did another hearing, and then they announced putting it up for tender. That was losing $6 to $8 million a year. The deal that we cut, Mr. Trump wanted, as everybody knows now. Some people say he paid too much for it, but we'll be getting about $250,000 a month plus a percentage of gross. You'll have one of the finest buildings, hotels, a commercial center, the largest banquet facility east of the Mississippi. That will be where, in the annex where we held the hearings. But that and then a series of other buildings in the district, the Georgetown power plant, the Cotton Exchange, all turned assets that were sitting idle into something productive. Mr. Chaffetz and Mr. Denham introduced legislation. It wasn't as good as this legislation, but everybody worked together, and this actually puts together a board of professionals. You wouldn't turn your property over to the federal government to manage, and bureaucrats can't make a decision of what to do with it. They don't even know what inventory we have. This will make certain that we have a good inventory of what assets we have. Then we'll look at the highest and best use, and then we will propose something that makes certain that they move forward with those idle assets. So it's a great piece of legislation. Now, I did notice that this does not cover DOD, Mr. Chairman, and I think we should look at DOD. We just had the report here on high-risk assets with GAO the other day, and that's where this came into discussion. They have thousands of buildings and properties that are also sitting idle. So I think we need a model like this also for DOD and take the next step. But this is a good bill. It's been worked out. You've done a great job. We need to get it passed in place, and it'll make a big difference for the taxpayers. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I still have time. Go ahead.
Yeah, would you yield?
Not too much, but a little.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank Chairman and Ranking Member and my friend, Mr. Mica, because in the previous Congress, he and I had several hearings looking at this issue.
That's right.
And the only thing I would plead with both the Chairman and Ranking Member when we bring this bill up to the floor is that whatever we have to say on the floor reflect the concern of the committee that I know is shared, that the process be one that tries to avoid disruption. The disposal of a major property in a municipality can have a very beneficial effect. It can also have, without intending it, a very detrimental effect because it may not be consistent with the long-term plan. And so we want to be, we want a planning horizon where we're not just rapidly disposing of property that actually, if we'd only held on to, could be a performing asset and work both for the local government and for the Federal Government. So it's just a word of caution about the process. We've talked about it before. Having come from local government, I've seen how the disposal of excess property can be an enormous boon. The gentleman, my predecessor who sat in your chair, Mr. Chaffetz, really created visionary legislation with respect to the disposal of the Lorton Prison. That's now a huge performing asset, a lot of preserved land, lots of public spaces for sports events, a flourishing arts colony, and the preservation of some historic buildings. And it just was a great win-win. So that's a good way to do it. But there are other occasions, recently we've seen it with the post office, where some very iconic, beautiful buildings were disposed of rather hastily and had a real negative impact on the locality.
Reclaiming my time.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
The
Mica.
legislation does do exactly what you're talking about, and it's been perfected. We passed other bills, even in the interim, that were not as good, and this does make certain that that process is fair and doesn't impose a burden on the locals.
Does any other member wish to speak on the bill? Does any member have an amendment to the bill? Gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Both, so I'll do a statement on the bill. I want to point out and agree with the members on both sides that this really has been a very effective collaborative effort. I want to thank again the chairman and the ranking member and all other members, staffs, organizations who have really worked diligently to move this forward in a bipartisan manner. I appreciate that it's going to take a hard look at Federal property, the portfolio, to in fact reduce and eliminate unused and underutilized properties, which in fact does save taxpayers ultimately millions of dollars. In particular, I want to highlight enhanced use leasing as one of the mechanisms that helps identify opportunities for greater agency partnerships with private organizations and businesses. Now, these the enhanced use leasing allows agencies to lease unused Federal property to businesses, nonprofits, and other organizations in exchange for redeveloping or renovating the property or providing services that enhance that agency's mission. For example, the VA has leased underutilized property to certain nonprofits in exchange for priority housing, community health, and job training services for our nation's veterans. The DoD has leased property to maintain buffer zones or security perimeters around sensitive military installations. And in my district in Albuquerque, GSA successfully leased space to Amy Beal Charter School in exchange for renovating, repairing, and maintaining that property. Now, these are just a few examples of how agencies can and should, quite frankly, creatively and effectively manage the properties they own to not only promote their mission, but also to benefit the private sector as well. So whether it's preserving endangered species, maintaining our nation's nuclear arsenal, or managing federal property, government works best when it reaches out and it partners with local communities, organizations, and businesses. I believe this legislation addresses federal property issues in an open and in transparent, collaborative manner. And Mr. Chairman, I strongly support the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does the gentlewoman have an amendment she would like to offer?
The gentlewoman, in fact, Mr. Chairman, does.
The clerk will designate the amendment from the gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment now.
Oh, wait.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
was
substitute to
ready.
H.R. 4465 offered by Ms. Lujan Grisham of New Mexico.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Lujan Grisham, is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentlewoman is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, this amendment ensures that the Public Buildings Reform Board considers the public's access to agency services when it develops recommendations to OMB on the best way to manage underutilized or unused federal property. I fully support the intent of the underlying bill, but it is important to maintain public access to agency services as decisions are being made to consolidate, co-locate, lease, reconfigure, or redevelop federal property. And as my colleague, Mr. Connolly, was talking about how some of these processes can be disruptive, in fact, last year, the Social Security office in Albuquerque moved to an underutilized Social Security administrative call center downtown, where there is very little street parking, no designated handicap parking, and no handicap drop-off zone. In addition, the move forced visitors to start paying for parking, which is burdensome to many low-income, or for some of these Social Security participants who are homeless, they have no income. These individuals often have to make multiple trips to the Social Security office. Given that Social Security claimants and beneficiaries are often disabled, the lack of, frankly, safe, disabled parking or drop-off zones created serious accessibility and safety issues for individuals with limited mobility. There, in fact, are videos of disabled individuals being dropped off to the Social Security office in the middle of the street. Dozens of cars have been ticketed and booted when people can't find street parking. And in some cases, elderly beneficiaries are forced to park blocks away. Although these problems continue, Social Security has agreed to work with the city to add more street parking, create a new designated handicap parking, and construct a handicap drop-off zone. No member should experience these types of issues in their district due to an agency's move, and no community should have to go through what we went through. My amendment ensures that public access to essential services is maintained or enhanced. I thank the Chair and the Ranking Member for working with me on this amendment and other improvements on the underlying bill. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I will.
I just for the purpose of commending her for this amendment, it deals with exactly what both you and I have talked about, and I think it's a very helpful addition, and I'm pleased to support the gentlelady's thoughtful amendment.
Thank you.
Gentlelady Yield.
Yes.
I just want to say that it's a great amendment. It makes a good bill better, and thank you very much. I yield back to the gentlelady.
I thank the Ranking Member, and I appreciate the support for this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Now recognize myself for just a moment to say this is a good bill, and this amendment makes it better. And I appreciate the thoughtfulness and passion that the gentlewoman from New Mexico brings to this issue. She brings up a very good point. It should be included, and I would encourage members to vote in favor of this amendment. I yield back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Hearing none, all those in favor of this, the question is now on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Lujan Grisham. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute? If none, the question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended, offered by myself. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The question is now on the adoption and favorably reporting H.R. 4465 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signified by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The bill is ordered favorably recorded. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 4902 to amend Title V of the United States Code to expand law enforcement availability pay to employees of the United States Customs and Border Patrol, United States Customs and Border Protection's Air and Marine Operations. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 4902 to amend Title V United States Code to expand law enforcement availability pay to employees of U.S. Customs and Border Protection's Air and Marine Operations.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. Now I'd like to recognize the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hurd, for 5 minutes to explain his legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 4902 is simple. It modernizes how the U.S. Customs and Border Protection's air and maritime operation officers get paid for what they do best. That's keeping our nation safe and creating an environment where Americans can live free from fear of harm. The men and women who serve within the U.S. Customs and Border Protection's Air and Maritime Operation Division are hardworking and dedicated law enforcement officials who work in harsh conditions, sometimes putting their own lives at risk. Before DHS was established, all U.S. Customs Service air personnel received compensation through LEAP. That's the Law Enforcement Availability Pay. Since then, the Air and Maritime Operation Division has grown significantly and has been further professionalized to protect our borders from bad actors who want to threaten our way of life. In order to protect our nation and our communities, these folks must be available to work long after we've all gone home for the day, operating more than 250 aircraft and 280 marine vessels across the country. They're catching criminals and keeping our borders safe. While these brave officers currently receive overtime pay for the hours they put in past close of business, the Air and Maritime Division distributes their compensation through not one, not two, not three, but 4 separate mechanisms. It doesn't take a computer science major to see that this makes no sense from a budgetary standpoint, and it's simply unfair. It's time we fix that. This bill would expand law enforcement availability pay, known as LEAP, to these CBP officers, allowing us to streamline a chaotic system, save taxpayer dollars, and protect those who serve this country. It's time we modernize this outdated system and save the money wasted running that system, and I believe this bipartisan legislation does just that. I'd like to thank Reps. Connolly, McCall, Lujan Grisham, Farenthold, and McSally for their support of this bill. And I'd also like to ask unanimous consent to insert a letter of support from the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association in support of this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a great bill. And I thank my colleagues on this committee, Representatives Hurd, Connolly, and Lujan Grisham, and others for their leadership and work on this bipartisan legislation. This legislation would convert the pay system for law enforcement officers of the Customs and Border Protection's Air and Marine Operations to law enforcement availability pay. This legislation would establish a uniform pay system for AMO officers and agents who currently are paid overtime or premium pay under various pay systems, making it more efficient for the agency to administer staff overtime. Many other federal agencies, including the FBI, the DEA, and U.S. Marshal Service, already provide law enforcement availability pay for their law enforcement officers. CBP estimates its legislation would provide $1.6 million in savings during the first year of implementation. I also want to note that the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association supports this legislation. These changes make a lot of sense, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does any other member wish to be heard on the bill? Recognize myself for just a moment to say I want to thank the leadership of Mr. Hurd for bringing this to our attention, for driving this, and doing so in a bipartisan manner, working closely with Mr. Conley, Ms. Lujan Grisham, others outside of our committee. This is a good bill, makes sense. It saves the government money according to Homeland Security, and provides something that those that are working on the front lines in a very, very difficult job are actually seeking and wanting. And so again, I thank Mr. Hurd for his leadership. Does any other member wish to be heard on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? If none, the question is now on the adoption and favorably reporting H.R. 4902 to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 4906 to amend Title V United States Code to clarify the eligibility of employees of a land management agency in a time-limited appointment to compete for a permanent appointment at any Federal agency. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 4906 to amend Title V United States Code to clarify the eligibility of employees of a land management agency in a time-limited appointment to compete for a permanent appointment at any Federal agency and for other purposes.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, for 5 minutes to explain the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we often say on the floor, I have a simple common sense amendment. This bill is that. And I was pleased to introduce the bill with my friend Mark Meadows, the Chairman of the Government Ops Subcommittee. It makes a technical correction to already passed bipartisan legislation, which this committee supported unanimously and passed into law last year. As my colleagues will recall, the Land Management Workforce Flexibility Act was intended to help temporary seasonal employees to have an opportunity to compete for permanent full-time employment within Federal agencies. They were previously barred from doing so. And for example, the category we really looked at were the men and women who fight forest fires out west, put their lives on the line, often are classified as seasonal workers for decades. And they are barred from just applying for existing jobs, not new ones. So we wanted to correct that injustice. Unfortunately, the Office of Personnel Management recently issued guidance to agencies based on a more narrow reading of the clear legislative intent that would actually limit the positions to which these temporary employees could apply to just those within their current agency. That was never the intent of Congress. So, of course, the congressional intent to allow these seasoned employees to compete for vacant permanent positions just like any other Federal employee has been thwarted. Our bill, which reflects a collaborative effort with the majority and minority, clarifies that and gives, I think, finally direct guidance to OPM as to our intent. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that a letter addressed to you and the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Cummings, from the National Federation of Federal Employees be entered into the record in support of the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I recognize myself briefly to just say I appreciate the collaborative effort between Mr. Conley, Mr. Meadows, and I associate myself exactly with those comments. I think you said it very eloquently and very well. This is, I think, a misread by the OPM, Office of Personnel Management, but if it needs clarification, we should swiftly pass this and put it into law. These are people fighting fires. They're hired as seasonal workers, my goodness, and they can't even apply for a job. It really is quite amazing and ridiculous. And so glad to clarify that. Yield back. Do any other members wish to speak on the bill? Ranking Member Mr. Cummings.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Connolly was so eloquent that I just associate myself with his words.
It is worth noting, yes. It is worth noting. Let it be noted here at 10:24 on this date. forevermore. And if we want to do a painting, I can put it up in the hall. It's great.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
No, thanks. I know what you do with paintings.
I think Mr. Issa would be very upset with any paintings going up anywhere.
We better move on. Are there any amendments to the bill? If none, the question is now on the adoption and favorably reporting H.R. 4906 to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The next item for consideration is H.R. 4904, the Making Electronic Government Accountable by Yielding Tangible Efficiencies Act of 2016. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 4904, to require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to issue a directive on the management of software licenses and for other purposes.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Hearing no objections, so ordered. I now recognize the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, for 5 minutes to explain the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cummings, I'd like to thank you for holding this markup and including H.R. 4904, this bipartisan, bicameral, Making Electronic Government Accountable by Yielding Tangible Efficiencies Act, or the Megabyte Act of 2016. Mr. Chairman, the Federal Government spends $82 billion a year on information technology, and for the second year in a row, the Government Accountability Office has identified IT software license management as a top priority in its annual duplication report. Of the 24 major Federal agencies, only 2 have implemented policies of comprehensive and clear management of software licenses. Moreover, none of the 24 agencies have fully implemented all of the 5 industry best practices recommended by GAO. The Megabyte Act addresses these issues. The Megabyte Act is comprised of necessary reforms to the Federal Government's management of IT software licenses. In particular, the bill achieves cost savings through 7 action items. Number 1, it requires the OMB to issue directives requiring agencies to identify clear roles, responsibilities, and central oversight authority for managing IT software licenses. Number 2, to have agencies establish comprehensive inventories, which include 80% of software license spending and enterprise licenses in the agencies. Number 3, regularly track and maintain software licenses to assist the executive agency in implementing decisions throughout the software license management lifecycle. Number 4, analyze software usage and other data to make cost-effective decisions. Number 5, provide relevant training for software license management. 6, establish goals and objectives of the software license management program of the agency. And finally, 7, consider the software license management lifecycle phases, including the requisition, reception, deployment and maintenance, retirement, and disposal phases in order effectively to implement decision-making. The GAO found that when implementing these oversight and management practices reflected in the Megabyte Act, a Federal agency actually did save $181 million tax dollars in a single year in one agency. So enacting the Megabyte more broadly, the Megabyte Act more broadly, across the entire executive branch could potentially yield tens of billions of dollars of savings to the American taxpayer. Mr. Chairman, the Oversight and Government Reform Committee exists to help improve the performance and ensure the accountability of the Federal Government for the benefit of the American people. The Megabyte Act does just that. I am proud of the bipartisan effort behind this bill and would like to take the time to thank those members. In particular, Megabyte Act's lead Republicans, Steve Russell and Will Hurd. Will is the chairman of the IT subcommittee and spoke earlier. Ranking Member Cummings for his willingness to help lead the bill. IT subcommittee ranking member Robin Kelly of Illinois, and members of this committee, Rod Blum, Tammy Duckworth, Ted Lieu, for co-sponsoring, and of course you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing up this bill for a vote in the committee. I'd also like to acknowledge our Senate companions, Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana and Senator Gary Peters of Michigan. And finally, I ask consent to submit for the record a statement from Senator Cassidy in support of H.R. 4904, the Megabyte Act.
Without objection, so ordered.
And he concludes by saying Congress has a responsibility to ensure that taxpayer dollars are being used efficiently and effectively. And for the reasons stated above in his letter, he says, I offer my strong support for the Megabyte Act and urge the Oversight and Government Reform Committee's favorable reporting of it to the full House. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge the passage of this bill and hope it will be brought to the floor shortly for a vote before the full House, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Russell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to thank Representative Cartwright for his outstanding work on this measure. There's nothing in the Megabyte Act to not like. It's great to see when you can eliminate waste. This is something that I have worked very hard on with our Waste Watch reports and other things to try to go at government waste. $82 billion spent just on information technology. That's a staggering figure. That's 8% of what it takes to fund government. You know, ponder that for a moment. And so by making these reforms with an estimated $4 billion of savings a year, that would have paid for every cut that the President is proposing to cut our military this year in terms of national defense. And it's something we take for granted. It's something that we don't, that we're not mindful of, that when software packages are purchased by agencies and they're not all fulfilled under the licensures, or you have duplicative agencies ordering the same things when they could be sharing software licenses, all of these things, these dollars are real dollars that come from hardworking Americans and who pay their taxes, only to see them wasted and squandered with poor practices, with software licensure or even the technologies and reforms that we could do. So I applaud Representative Cartwright for his outstanding work and appreciate him making us aware of it so that we could join his effort. And as I stated, Mr. Chairman, there's nothing to not like about this bill. Even if it saves $1, it is worth the effort. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I'd like to recognize myself for just a moment to thank Mr. Cartwright, Mr. Russell, a number of members on our committee who've worked on this. And these software licenses are big dollar items, and if not properly managed, get away from you very quickly. So it's a good, needed piece of legislation, and will go a long, long way to saving money that can be better used in other places. So I encourage its passage. I'd like to yield to the Ranking Member, Mr. Cummings.
I, too, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank all of the members. I want to thank Mr. Cartwright for all his hard work, and all our members have come together to create this important piece of legislation, and I would trust that all the members would support it. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, and I yield back as well. Do any other members wish to speak on the bill? We're now ready to start the amendment process. Are there any amendments to the bill? If not, the question is now on the adoption and favorably reporting H.R. 4904 to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, pursuant to Clause 2L of House Rule 11, members will have 2 days to submit their views on bills considered today. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be allowed to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bills ordered and reported today, subject to the approval of the minority. Hearing no objections, so ordered. And if there's no further business, without objection, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you.
All right, man.
Test 1, 2, check, check. Test, check, check. 1, 2, test.